Apologies for the slight delay. As the day goes on, it is baking hot. This has got to be one of the very experienced Vaal race facing 30 degrees. As the day goes on, there is a bit of a headwind blowing at the Vaal this afternoon, so that will give some respite. But if you see horses sweating, playing up a bit above themselves, Bailey's upstairs, so we'll cross to him shortly. They'll try and make up time as the first few races go by. Here's the favourite for race number 1, the current favourite, number 10, Miss Soho. First ride of Kelsey Mayhew. Now, for those who don't know Kelsey, Kelsey is Ryan Munger's wife. Kelsey is also Craig Mayhew's daughter, and Craig, of course, is one of the integral in the Ashley Fortune operation. As mentioned, playing up Kelsey's first ride. Her brother rode this horse at Miss Soho's penultimate start. Blinkers go on to Miss Soho. She drops to 1,000 metres. Of the race runners, she does look the right one. It's got a number 1, Full Go. I think Full Go's got a chance of running a play. There's Craig Mayhew walking past now. She likes to chat to Craig, but he's rushed past me. Number 1, Full Go, ridden by Joe Gwingiza. Billy Rater's trains, also dropping to 1,000 metres. First run over the minimum trip as well. He is what he is. He's a maiden that's not going to Hollywood. He's also a maiden that'll probably get a win, maybe with a bit of luck, 2 wins under the belt at some stage. This could be his best chance to strike. I think he's got a place chance here. Number 2, Magic Dancer, off 168 days. Chamumbaya rides for Mike de Kock. Of course, they have been with each other for a very, very long time. He lost his way of late. His first 2 starts were encouraging, especially the debut behind Mufasa, who we haven't seen for a long time. But of late, he's just tapered off. Rested 168 days, might come and run a better race fresh, but you'd like to see the first 2 starts and not the last 3. Number 3, Warbonnet Creek, the son of Exceed and Excel. And Nati Fanny takes a ride. I'd venture to say that this is the dark horse in the race. Now, when Nati's a top rider, he goes all around the world. He has gone all around the world with Michael. And I think Nati's ridden about 4 work riders races and won 3 of them. Expect quite a bit from number 3, Warbonnet Creek. Certainly better than what you might expect. Number 4's Godfather, Robin Claessen's only runner. Pelasile Monkawa takes the ride. His last run came at Hollywood Bets Gravel. He was unlucky not to finish a bit closer, to be fair. And he's also got earning capabilities in this event. 5 is Harcourt, Tom Lokele riding for David Nevenhazen. Blinkers go on, dropping to 1,000 metres for the first time. This horse ran on Saturday at Turf and team was well beaten by Zar Bomber and will need to improve. 6, Monchoisi, son of Gimme the Green Light, owned by Mr. Gujada. Brett Crawford and CM Kumbuzi team up. EMF's on debuts. That might suggest they've had a bit of a hard time getting him to the race. He's also been gelded before he stepped out onto the track. This is probably a nice opportunity to see exactly where they are. Number 7 is Tincture Time, son of Time Thief. Now, this guy looks nice and racy, nice speedy horse. A little bit of talk for him. Pizzo Obo takes a ride for Roy Magna. Judging by the word on the street, this could be the first timer that's more forward than anyone else. Number 8 is Wolfram. Washington Mapurisa takes the ride. Debut was poor and hard to recommend. The only horse we haven't spoken about is number 9, Mandalay. Tapiso Matswele takes the ride for Shailen Naidu. Consistent form without showing a hell of a lot. Very small daughter of Purari as well as number 9, Mandalay. And she could also get into the mix. Brandon Bailey upstairs. This is the first leg of the bipod. Apologies for the slight delay. That is sadly beyond anyone's control, except Eskom's.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alistair. Horses are coming out on parade over here for the first race. The hashtag This Is Racing welcomes you work riders maiden plates. It is to be run over 1,000 meters. Just to give you the fixed odds betting, joint at the top of the betting boards, number 9 Mandalay, your 28 to 10 joint favourite with number 10 Miss Soho. 1 Full goes at 4 to 1. 3 Warbonnet Creek has gone 10 to 1, and the 7 Tincture Time is at 12 to 1. You can get 14 to 1 and better bar those. So they'll get down to the start, they'll check the equipment, and they'll be sent back on their way. Scorching conditions out here at the Vaal racetrack. There's number 3, Warbonnet Creek, ridden by Anati Fairney. Just in front of that was number 2, Magic Dancer and Chamu Mabaya. Here's number 4, Godfather, Penicillimon Power. Number 1 is Full Go and Joe Gwangwiza. There's number 5, Harcourt, ridden by Tom Lukele. 7 is Tincture Time and Kolani Nkobo. Son of Time Thief, number 7, Tincture Time. Another look at number 1, Full Go and Joe Gwangwiza. That's Godfather in shot. Number 4, Penicillimon Kawa. Number 9 is Mandalay, Tapiso Matswele. There's a look at number 8, Wolfram, ridden by Washington Mapuriza. And here's a look at one of the joint favourites, Miss Soho, number 10 on the programme, the ride of Kelsey Mayu. Good to have Kelsey riding today. It's her first ever. Certainly done a lot of hard work behind the scenes at the Ashley Fortune Yard, and of course Ryan Munger being her husband. I'm sure there would have been a lot of details as to how to ride Miss Soho today. So welcome to the work riders ranks to Kelsey Mayu. She'll take Miss Soho down to the start momentarily. All right, so we're not going to waste too much time. They're going to get down to the start. They're going to check the equipment, and they'll be on their way. Number 9, Mandalay, 28 to 10. 10, Miss Soho, 3 to 1. Full Go is at 4 to 1, and it's 10 to 1 and better bar those. Let's hand downstairs to Alistair Cohen. Good to have him at the races today at a scorching Vaal racetrack.
Thanks very much, Brandon. So race number 1 is the first leg of the bar pot. Just a little bit of a scene set, as Brandon mentioned, as I mentioned the parade ring preview. It is baking hot here at the Vaal, one of the hottest days I've experienced at this course. Probably wouldn't be the hottest day I've ever experienced at a race course. That honour goes to Sharjah, and I'm about 3 or 4 weeks away from that meeting at the end of October. That will be very, very warm indeed. But as for today, we're on the classic track now, so just take note, the races that were due to be over 1,400 metres are now over 1,450 metres. Of course, the classic track only has 1,000 metres straight, so anything past that will be around the turn as opposed to the original track. Just chatting to some of the trainers that are based out at the Vaal, they say the original track, for obvious reasons, hence they've moved the meeting, does need a little bit more time, but the classic track is in great condition. Not gallops before the race meeting, but some of the Vaal trainers had utilised the classic track just to get a little bit of grass under some of the horses that needed it, and they're very positive about the condition that the classic track is in. It was only supposed to come into play at the end of the month, but well, here we are at the start of the month utilising the classic track. Now, race number 1, first leg of the bipod. Hashtag This Is Racing welcomes you, work riders, maiden plate over 1,000 metres. Changes here. Number 3, Warbonnet Creek is now the ride of Anati Fairney. 5, Harcourt ran at Turfentine on Saturday, ran 6th, 11.8 lengths behind Tsar Bomber. 6, Monchoisie races with earmuffs on. And then over the page, scratch number 11, Pom Pom Queen. So the favourite is currently number 10, Miss Soho, as Brandon said, Kelsey Mayhew's first ride. Kelsey does a lot of work for Ashley Fortune. Kelsey is also the wife of Ryan Munger. I saw Ryan walk past. He's got a huge grin on his face, obviously hoping that Kelsey can win. probably more importantly hoping that Kelsey comes back safe and sound. Kelsey Mayhew is also the daughter of Craig Mayhew. Is that a bit of a worry that Miss Soho was just a bit of a madam coming out onto the course? Kelsey had to lead her out with the going ahead around. She's wearing blinkers for the first time. Perhaps that is just the slight issue with the way that Miss Soho is carrying her head on the way down to the start. But as far as the race runners are concerned, she does look the part. It's not a particularly strong race. You know, you can make a case for number 9 Mandalay. You can say number 1 Full Go will win a race one day. And I also think number 3 Warbonnet Creek, by the way, is good value for a place. But with that said, number 10 Miss Soho with 56.5 kilos, minus the 1.5 that, of course, women riders, that grace that they got here in South Africa, that is also a big fillip for number 10 Miss Soho today. Dropping back to 1,000 meters, she shows enough pace to be sharp enough, and if the blinkers do bring out any type of improvement, then of the race runners, she should be the one to beat. Just a little run through her form lines. I'd say that her best run could have even been her last start, going not too far behind Madam Vicky. She was beaten just over a length by Madam Vicky. That was over 1,200 meters on the inside track. Madam Vicky, of course, was hinting to win for a while. That's from the Alec Laird stable. And then out of that run, there has been a direct winner, and that was in the form of the horse who ran behind Miss Soho, Tried and True. She came out and franked the form. And then, of course, the second horse, Smelting, ran fourth over the wrong distance the other day. Third horse, Rosie Lemon, won't be a maiden much longer either. And Sky Velocity, who was also behind Miss Soho, also won't be a maiden much too longer. Not that they Group 1 material, but the point is the form is working out nicely. A bit of talk for number 7, Tincture Time from the Roy Magnus stable. The son of Time Thief looks to be a nice, racy, speedy, ready horse. Pitso and Orbo takes the ride. I know Pitso quite well. He does the rounds at Randjiesfontein. He is primarily, obviously, at Roy Magna, but he does get around to the various rings and got a nice pair of hands on him. You can put him on the soundest, nicest, easiest horse, and you can put him on the maddest horse, and he'll do the job for you. So he's got number 7, Tincture Time. He looks stripped, trim, ready to go. There is a little bit of activity in the market for number 7, Tincture Time as well. Being by Time Thief, you'd expect him to have a bit of pace, and just judging by what's the talk about number 7, Tincture Time, I'd expect him to run a nice race. Going down, striding really nasty, head into the chest, those hooves pointing up in the right direction. Wouldn't be surprised to see number 7, Tincture Time, run a big race. And then number 3, Warbonnet Creek. Just to mention about Anati Fanny. Now, Anati travels the world with Mark de Kock's horses. He has travelled the world with Mark de Kock's best horses and ridden them, and obviously, you know, a great set of hands, a great rider, a great man to have on your staff. And Anati, I'm under correction here, probably only had about 5 rides in Work Riders races and won about 3 of them, all for Mike de Kock as well. Number 3, Warbonnet Creek, I suppose could have better form to recommend, but with Anati on board, I'd say that number 3, Warbonnet Creek, is certainly allowed to get into the first 3. So I'd say that he's the value. And I know that it's far from wet, far from soft, far from any give in the ground, but when there is, outside draws are advantageous here on the classic track. Now, number 3, Warbonnet Creek, is drawn towards the outside. If there is ever any bias, and I'm not suggesting there will be today, but if there is any bias, generally you'd want to be drawn towards the outside, and that is where number 3, Warbonnet Creek, is. Of the others, number 9, Mandalay, has got a chance of running into the money. Tapiso Matsuele is well worth a second look in these Work Riders races. Mandalay, 9 runs, 4 places. She's not going to Hollywood, but with that said, she's obviously got a chance of running into the money. And I thought number 8, Wolfram, actually went down to the start very nicely indeed, although his debut was very ordinary and will need to improve. They're loading up Brandon Bailey to call them home this afternoon. Let's head upstairs to Brandon.
Thank you very much, Alistair. First leg of the bipots. We've had more than enough time to get involved. More Choisi comes up. Tincture Time will be the next one in. Hardcourt. So Tincture Time, Hardcourt's about to move in. Majority of the field already locked and loaded. We wait on Miss Soho to come into line. So Miss Soho goes up. Full goes the next one in. And we're just about ready. 1,000 meters. The welcome You Work Riders maiden plates. They stand to attention, and away they go. Wolfram, if anything, was a little bit slow into stride. Godfather Miss Soho on the inside. The white blinkers, one of the first to respond. Godfather's there in the two shades of blue, racing in second. Down the centres, Mandalay, racing with the sheepskin noseband, no more than 2.5 off them. Then comes Full Go behind that one. Warbonnet Creek is just in behind the pace. Then comes Tincture Time. Wolfram, Hard Quarters racing with the pink and the black cap, about 5 or 6 lengths off them. And Moshwazi will have to get past them all. It's Miss Soho who's just got a length advantage. Mandalay's in second. Warbonnet Creek is racing in third. Then comes Magic Dancer behind that. Further back to Godfather, but it's Miss Soho who's still got a 2-length advantage and still ridden confidently. Mandalay's in second. On the inside is Full Go. Towards the outside is Warbonnet Creek, but it's Miss Soho and Kelsey Mayu who's got a length to spare. Mandalay's coming quickly. Miss Soho, Mandalay, Miss Soho, Mandalay very close. Wow, that's one for the judge, but I think with a naked eye inside Miss Soho for Kelsey Mayu. Then came Mandalay behind that. It was photos all round. Nerve-wracking stuff here. Kelsey Mayu, her first ever ride in a work riders race. Has she done enough? Mandalay with the experience, Tapiso Matsuele is rattling back. Miss Soho, Mandalay, there's nothing in it. Head goes down, Miss Soho on the inside. I'm going Miss Soho. Kelsey Mayu, take a bow. Mandalay in second, Magic Dancer will run third, and Full Go was in fourth. Godfather, Tincture Time, Warbonnet Creek. This is a story and a half. Miss Soho, number 10, the daughter of Master of My Fate. Ryan Munger, already one of the first, I'm sure, to run down. She's done a lot of hard work behind the scenes for Ashley and Andrew Fortune. A nice, cool ride. Just punched out. The nerves could have easily got the better of her, but I think she's done enough over here. Miss Soho from Mandalay, Magic Dancer, Full Go. And that's how we open up proceedings. Lovely footage coming through from the 4 racing team. As we hand you back to the various studios, race 2 kicks off the PA.
place accumulator. This is the 4racing.tv maiden plate for fillies and mares. They go 1,000 metres. Things haven't really settled down here at the Vaal after the first race. Lovely moment here with Kelsey's first ride being able to. We're talking about that for a while. Right, let's have a look at them. Of course, the early run to go down was number 5 above the world. She's a lively chance, but looking at them in the ring, here's number 2, Queen's Navy. Billy Races trains and Diego de Gavea rides. She's a 14-run maiden. It's hard to recommend her. I want to see her winning this event. Number 3 is Quick, Jared Penny up for Querbus Rue. Her debut was also on the disappointing side. She didn't beat anything home. She's back for another go today. Number 4, Time to Flower. This is one of the lively chances. Brett Crawford trains. Cabello Matsanyani takes the ride. Her Cape Town here probably would have expected to get up the maidens by now, but the form lines have all worked out nicely, so I think she's worth a second glance. Number 4, Time to Flower. Been off for 70 days. She'll come past me in a moment. So on the screen, she looks fit and well. A quick talk to number 1, the Races, and she'll need to improve.
Thank you very much, Alistair. They are getting ready to leave the parade ring, make their way down to the start. Just want to touch on the fixed odds betting. First leg of the place accumulator. Number 4, Time to Flower, is your 22 to 10 joint favourite, with number 5, Above the World, both at 22 to 10. 11, War Empress has gone 4 to 1. The 9, Glittering Boots at 12 to 1, and it's 20 to 1 and better bar those. So Time to Flower and Above the World, the 2 horses with experience, top the betting boards over here at about 22 to 10. It is the first leg of today's place accumulator. The 4racing.tv maiden plate for fillies and mares. Above the World's already made its way down to the start. A very nice bar pot pool, I might add. Almost 250,000 Rand for a midweek meeting. I'm sure the pick 6 will be a goodie as well. Alright, so this race is to be run over 1,000 meters. Let's have a look at them go to post. Number 4, Time to Flower, Cabello Matsanyani. It's one of the favourites. Number 6, Regina Bellissima, Randall Simons. There goes number 10, Hey Now, Caden Brewer. Here's number 9, Glittering Boots, run by Muzi Yeni. Number 7, Heart and Mind, run by Joshua Solomons. There's one of the first timers, number 8, Chili Princess, Ryan Munger. So the 2 Ashley Fortune runners come out together. On the left-hand side is number 8, Chili Princess. On the right-hand side is 11, War Empress, to be run by Julius Mariba. Here's number 2, Queen's Navy, with a blue cap, Diego de Gavea. There goes number 11, War Empress, Julius Mariba. 8 and Chili Princess on Ryan Munger. And there's number 1, Arrow Sky, run by Mark Khan. So that's pretty much the field. Same story. They'll get down to the start, they'll check their equipment, and they'll be sent back on their way. As we watch number 3, Quick make its way to the start with Jared Penny. The 4racing.tv maiden plate for fillies and mares. Let's go and join Alistair Cohen. He'll give us some insights as to what he thinks of race number 2.
Thanks, Brendan. First leg of the place accumulating. The PA pool's on the cusp of 400,000 rand. We're obviously just behind off time, but as soon as the last runner gets down to the start, they'll be sent on their way. We're probably about 3 or 4 minutes away from getting the race going. In this event, number 5 above the world races in a compression mask, and that is the only change that you need to take note of. The current favourite is number 5 above the world. Now, let's talk about 4 and 5 together, because they have met. They met in the run behind Tayuba, and a time to flower was 3.5 lengths in front of above the world. Now, that's got to be some food for thought. I'll talk about the form lines in just a moment, and we can go through them now. But just with regard to above the world, last time she ran a cracking second in a graduation plate, and it was obviously a very good effort, and that was against winners. I've just got James here. Is a time to flower fit or not? That's not why I called James over. He's come to get a catalogue for the Cape Racing Cell. Just quickly, a time to flower of 70 days. What are you expecting?
Big runner today.
Big runner today. Right, that's all we need. Right, take your catalogue, go and study that. Bye-bye. Right, so just with regard to those form lines, last time behind Jin Chin, Queen of Smoke, Tried and True, and Madam Vicky all came out and won. And a time to flower was obviously examined after the race, might not have felt 100%. Maybe it was the fact that she went over 1,200 metres that may have just taken a bit of an edge off her. And the penultimate start behind Tayuba, Silver Winter and Jin Chin came out and won out of that form line. So I think if you ignore number 4, Time to Flower's last run, then you could reverse the roles with who favourite is. And there's number 5 above the world, her market rival, who went down to the start early, and she's getting a little bit edgy behind the stall. She would have also been there quite a while. It's a very, very warm day. That's not ideal. That's how you want to see them go down. I think of the race runners, number 4, Time to Flower, is going to be the right one here. Just going back to above the world last time, was a cracking run, but she had 52 kilos, 51.5 kilos on her back last time. She ran a cracker, but she was beaten by 66 to 1 shot outsider, Wings of Nike. The horses in behind obviously have a bit of substance to them, but that was a bit of a blowover on that day. So not for one moment suggesting that above the world last run was a flash in the pan. What I am suggesting is I think that the form behind Tayuba is going to be the right type of form. We just heard from James, and I genuinely did ask him to come and collect a catalogue for the Cape Racing Sale at the end of the month, and he was kind enough to give us his opinion. Short and sweet, says Big Runner. Now, of the Fortune first-timers, they interesting. 8 Chili Princess and number 9 War Empress, number 11 War Empress. I want to start with number 11 War Empress, because we heard what Ashley had to say after race 1. Right now, number 11 War Empress just has the edge. It might not last much longer. Maybe number 8 Chili Princess will improve and go past War Empress as time goes on. But as far as today is concerned, number 11 War Empress is just expected to have a slight edge. Julius Mariba takes the ride. Julius has migrated out to the Vaal and does a lot of his work out here these days, and he's obviously doing a lot of work for Ashley Fortune, and he's got a nice bone here with number 11 War Empress. In terms of how they looked, I thought number 8 had a better stride, but I also thought number 11 War Empress looked a little bit more trim, if you know what I mean. So basically what I'm saying is I think there's just maybe an extra day's work gone into number 11 War Empress. That's just my opinion. That's how I saw it. Might not necessarily be the case. Whereas number 8 Chili Princess, I think, is the type of horse who will improve, carrying a little bit of, not pudding, maybe she's just, you know, bulky in stature, and that's just her by nature. But I thought number 11 War Empress just looked one day more trim, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And that pretty much aligns with what Ashley was saying earlier on. There's not much talk for any of the other first-timers. 9 Glittering Boots and number 10 Hey Now, but what I will say about them is that they are very well bred, and they both look like racehorses. So wherever they run today, they might improve as time goes on. Maybe number 9 Glittering Boots might be the type of horse who will run on nicely for a little bit of a stake check here for lucky owners, and a yard in form, and a rider obviously in perennial form. Number 6 Regina Bellissima. That was not her last run. She's better than that. She's drawn towards the outside. Waishong Mowing trains. She was well beaten at her penultimate start by Up the Irish. I'm not sure that she's going to win the race, but I also think she can get into trifectas and quartets. All in all, I think number 4 Time to Flower is the one they all need to beat. Brandon will call them home for race number 2, the opening leg of the PA, which is nearly 450,000.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Yeah, that's first leg of the place accumulator. The 4racing.tv maiden plate for fillies and mares over 1,000 metres. Glittering Boots goes up. Arrow Sky, War Empress. Chili Princess goes in. A Time to Flower. Been well supported. A Time to Flower. Quick goes up. So they're trying to work with War Empress down at the gates. Above the World went down ahead of the others. That still mulls in behind. And Queen's Navy. And will be ready to go for the first leg of the place accumulator. War Empress goes up. Queen's Navy goes in. Above the World. Heart and Mind. There's quite a bit of pace in this race. So Above the World goes up. Heart and Mind, and Above the World has come through the front of the starting gates. Hasn't done too much, but obviously the vet will have to look at this horse Above the World. The PA pulls on 421,000 Rand. And just obviously for the guys on course, with the load shedding that's happening at the moment, if you're looking to have a bet on the totes, you've got to go to the ground floor. So just for all the on-course patrons, if you're looking to have a bet on the totes, you've got to go to the ground floor. And that's because of the load shedding. All right, so the doctor's happy with Above the World. They'll reload. Heart and Mind comes up. Above the World will be one of the last and will be ready to go from that 1,000 meter marker. We're just about set. Above the World continues to play up. Flag goes up and they're sprinting from that 1,000 meter marker. A little bit slow into stride was Hey Now, who's on the back foot early on. Heart and Mind, one of the first to respond. Above the World on the inside. The purple jacket with the yellow cap shows a bit of pace. Then comes Glittering Boots. War Empress is only 2 off the leader. Quick races down the center. Then comes A Time to Flower, races in the orange. Chili Princess. Regina Bellissima's got 4 or 5 to make up. Queen's Navy. Arrow Sky, and a long way back to Hey Now. So they're going very quickly. It is in front. Above the World. Heart and Mind. War Empress. Down the center. A Time to Flower. Regina Bellissima. Then comes Queen's Navy. They're at the 400 and there's lots to play for. In fact, I think the first timer War Empress is starting to run a cracker. War Empress under Julius Mariba goes for home. Outside, A Time to Flower's lashing home. War Empress, A Time to Flower, there's nothing in it. A Time to Flower got the experience and now edges on by. A Time to Flower, well supported, wins. War Empress in second. Regina Bellissima was in behind that, and Above the World in fourth. All right, so experience counts for a lot, and here's A Time to Flower. Well supported. You would have heard James downstairs with Alistair Cohen. They were very bullish that this horse would go on to run a cracker today, and that's the case. A Time to Flower beats the first timer War Empress. Regina Bellissima was behind them, number 6, and then came Above the World. Not a bad run considering all the antiques down at the start. Well done to Brett Crawford. I'm sure he'll be watching from the Western Cape. Well done to James, who does all the hard work over here. The Yataghan Racing Syndicate, Pty Limited. A nice ride from Cabello Matsanyana. He continues to impress. Everywhere he goes, he's booting them home and slowly gets the upper hand late. War Empress run a cracker in second. Regina Bellissima was in third, and Above the World was back in fourth, and that's how we open up the PA.
Number 3, Hearts Thunder. Not a bad debut behind Pragmatist, so there could be a little bit of scope to improve. Nathan Klink and Brett Weber team up with this 4-year-old son of Gray's Inn. And he was a bit unlucky not to finish a bit closer first time out as well. He was stubborn loading. That's no excuse for the run, but bumped at the start and also came around wide from a pretty ordinary draw. So could be a lot of scope to improve. Nice big son of Gray's Inn as well. Actually like how he's been presented today. Number 4, Roll Over Red Rover, son of Wiley Hall out of Virgo's Babe, who was trained by David Nievenhuizen, and this too was trained by David Nievenhuizen. This is a 4-year-old stepping out now. Marco van Rensburg takes the ride. Be interesting to see how he goes on debut. Virgo's Babe was a very forward, especially 2-year-old. She started her career with a bang, and then she kicked on and won a few later on, but she was certainly formidable, more formidable as a youngster. And in complete contrast, here's her foal, making a debut as a 4-year-old. 5 is Scratch, 6 Kite Surfer. Matthew Thackeray now gets on board for Corne Spies.
racing.com maiden plate. It's over 1450. Number 10, Insightful, to be ridden by Muzi Yeni. There goes number 6, Kite Surfer, Matthew Thackeray. 12 is Northern King, Jared Penny. There's the favourites, Raven Black, number 13, Cabello Matsanyane. Number 11, Just Imminent, and Craig Zaki. 15 is World's Best, and Randall Simons. 8 is All Black Captain, JP van der Merwe. 7, Stella et Clavi, Diego de Gouveia. Number 3 is Heart's Thunder, Nathan Klink. So they will get down to the start, they'll check the equipment and they'll be sent back. We were aiming for 2:15. Just having a look at the fixed odds betting. Number 13, Raven Black, has gone 12-10. The one big 5 is at 18-10. And you can write your price about the rest of them. I want to go downstairs to Alistair Cohen for now. It's the first leg of the pick 6. They'll get down to the start. The jocks will check their equipment and they'll be sent back on their way.
Right, apologies for all of that. South Africa for you. Race number 3 is the first leg of the pick 6. You've had plenty of time to get your pick 6 on, but if you just got back from work, just turned on channel 240, it's race number 3. You've still got a chance to play a pick 6. Tab 4racing.com maiden plates over 1450. In this race, scratch 5 stepping out. 6 Kite Surfer now ridden by Matthew Thackeray. Kite Surfer ran at Turfentine on Saturday, finished 9th at 19 lengths behind Zar Bomber. In fact, that was on Thursday. Scratch number 9 Celtic Rush. 10 Insightful races with blinkers on. 13 Raven Black has earmuffs, and scratch number 14 To the King. Well, if this race was down the straight like it was supposed to be, it's now over 1,450 metres around the turn, then Raven Black, drawn on the outside, running in a straight line, would have been a very, very confident selection and would have been a pick 6 banker. Now, with the scratching, he's helped a little bit. He's now drawn 12 out of 12, but 12 out of 12 over 1450 is not easy. Cabello Matsanyane is going to have his wits about him to get Raven Black into the right position. It doesn't look to be too much pace, so might end up finding Raven Black close to the front, if not in front, straight out of the stalls and committing and ridden like he's the best horse in the race. He should be. He was all the rage on debut when he was back from 16-1 down to 33-10, and he gave a huge effort behind Magic Tattoo from the Sean Tarry stable. But sadly, and just to add to a little bit of niggly doubt in the back of your mind, is that he bled. And that was obviously not ideal. I know that James and Brett had ideas for number 13 Raven Black going forward, but obviously they were halted after suffering an epistaxis. The form line, to be fair, is poor. There's nothing really exciting here. The 4th horse Tanganga's run since was beaten 8 1/4 lengths. That's still a maiden. The 6th horse Namakwa Red has obviously come out and run and is still a maiden. And then Magic Tattoo, the horse who won on that occasion. And fine, let's cut Magic Tattoo a bit of slack, was tested at a high level and wasn't disgraced. Ran the KZN Breeders' Day and finished 2 lengths behind Mr. Henley, and ran the Grade 2 Umkamazi Stakes and Gold Cup Day at Hollywood Bets Gravel and finished 2.5 lengths behind Swing Upon a Star. I still believe that form is good enough for number 13 Raven Black to win. Just hopefully the demons of bleeding and also the bad draw doesn't come back to bite him. He does set a pretty high standard here, and of course the combination Fisher for winner in race number 2, which feels like a few days ago. Well, there are obviously others that deserve some respect. Number 1, Big 5, is an 18-run maiden. He's not going to Hollywood. He's the type of horse who'll win a race or 2 and nothing more than that. He had every chance to win his penultimate start. In fact, he looked like a winner when being beaten a short head behind Tara Iti. I think the best form on offer with number 1, Big 5, was when he was beaten by 2.5 lengths by Never Too Clever. Never Too Clever came out and won here at the Vaal. I think at the last meeting they had before the Vaal shut down for a month. Never Too Clever beat Clarkson, and Clarkson, of course, won very comfortably at Turfentine on Saturday. So there's bits and pieces of form. Pierre Stratham takes a ride. He has attributes that you can make a strong case for number 1, Big 5. Whether he's good enough to beat number 13 Raven Black, who's got fresher legs, and well, Big 5 is rated 59. I'll be surprised if Raven Black is ever as low as a 59. I think you can add up and join the dots between those two. But still, I give respect to number 1, Big 5. He's definitely got earning capabilities with Striker on board, who's 4 away from his target. Number 3, Heart's Thunder, is a very good-looking son of Gray's Inn. He's a big son of Gray's Inn as well. And he made his debut on the Turfentine Inside Track, so I believe that the more free-striding Vaal course will suit him. Of course, he's based here. He's also got a bit of an iffy draw to overcome. He'll come in just 2 places. It comes into 9 out of 12, does number 3 Hearts Thunder. But I like the look of him. And he was unlucky not to finish a bit closer on debut. He finished behind Pragmatist, 5 lengths behind, so he's got scope to improve. He was also bumped at the start. He came out wide as well, showing signs of inexperience. If he comes on at all, then I think number 3 Hearts Thunder can get involved, although I just think there might be certainly a lot more ability with number 13 Raven Black. Another horse with a bit of scope to improve is number 10 Insightful, now going 1,450 metres for the first time. His debut could have been much worse. He was well beaten by Houston, but the form line looks to be working out quite nicely. Clinton Binder and Muzi Yeni team up. That's a combination that don't often get together, but when they do, there's normally business to be done. Blinkers go on just to sharpen up number 10 Insightful ever so slightly. And again, he's got a bit of scope to improve and perhaps earn a check. And number 11, Just Eminent, I think was put into that race with Now I Got You just to keep the race alive. Of course, Now I Got You was all over a winner as far as the ratings were concerned, and I think if Just Eminent hadn't run, the race may not have stood. Blinkers go on. He's got a lot of improvement to do, but he might just have that improvement in hand. And 15 World's Best, the greyson of Ideal Will, making his debut over 1450. Also watch out for him perhaps doing his best work at the end and sneaking into the money in the colours of Diane de Kock. Right, so that's race number 3. All revolves around Raven Black, but disclaimers apply. Brandon, to call them home.
Thank you very much, Alistair. It's the first leg of the pick 6. They are loading up over here. The www.tab4racing.com maiden plate. It's over 1450. Now that we're on the classic track, it's around the turn. So draws are going to play a big part over here in race number 3. So Hearts Thunder is about to move up. World's Best about to go up. The 12 to 10 favourites being Raven Black. Does have a bad barrier gate to beat now. Stella Air Clavis walks up. Raven Black about to move up. Sky Runner to go forward. Big 5. That found some late support into 18 to 10. Will be one of the last to be loaded. We're at the 1450. It's pick 6 time at a very warm Vaal racetrack. They stand to attention. They're now off and racing. And Big 5 gets the hurry along early in by Pierce Stradham. Is automatically on the back foot early on. Give them a chance to settle down. Just Eminent is one of the is racing right up there. Hearts Thunder's in 3rd. Then comes Kite Surfer racing in 4th. Further back to World's Best. That's got about 4 or 5 to make up. Northern King is racing with the white and black. Then we go back to Raven Black, who's only about 5.5 lengths off the lead in a good position for now. Further back to the likes of Northern King, then all again. Big 5 a bit awkward now for the Blonde Bomber, racing about 10 off the leader, and a long way back to Rollover Red Rover, who's going to have to get past them all. Past the 750 they go. That's Just Eminent, who's a 2-length leader. In second is Hearts Thunder on the in. Down the centre with the blue is Insightful, who's making some headway. Then comes Raven Black, gets a shake of the reins by Cabello Matsunyane. Northern King has got 5 to make. World's Best, Kite Surfer, a long way back to Sky Runner. There's lots to play for. The favourite needs an out. Stella Air Clavis, Just Eminent. Northern King on the inside, and Raven Black, the gap to open. Just Eminent, Raven Black, Stella Air Clavis, Insightful, World's Best towards the outside. That's Just Eminent who's gone for home. Going to be hard to beat. Mood today. Just Eminent beats Stella Air Clavis. World's Best behind that. Big 5 Insightful, and nothing from Raven Black. All right, so Just Eminent, son of Just as well. Corey Lensley, the winning trainer. Well done to Peter Victor. Well done to Kuni Stradham, to Gigi Palmer and Mrs. D. Palmer. Ran 11 lengths behind Now I Got You. Went off to the front today. And a good win. Stella Air Clavis will run it. Big 5 doing its finish at the end. will run back in fourth. Insightful. Raven Black will... He came under pressure at the 700 already. Can see Cabello Matsignanis. But unfortunately, there was nothing there for him today. And Just Eminence in a winning mood today, the son of Just as well. Well done to the connections, bred by the Blue Sky Thoroughbreds. Big improvement from run 1 to run 2. And what could be a little bit of a jolt to the first leg of the pick 6. Stella Air Clavis will run second. World's Best, I believe, in third. And Big 5 gets motoring home for Piers Stratum. That's number 1 back in 4 times. Race number 4 will be our next live race from the Vaal. hidden behind the trees on the tote board. That could very well be the field now on the way down to the start. The Furious Room now open, maiden plate. It's over 1450 meters. Just for all the viewers out there that have joined us on channel 240 and on Global 1, just take note for the next race, for your jackpots, race 5, number 5, Jamala, has unfortunately been scratched. Now we can go downstairs to Alistair Coe.
So, just to elaborate on what Brandon said, race 5, number 5, Jamala, sadly a late scratching, lame right 4 is the reason given. So that whittles race 5 down to 6 runners. The betting will obviously be adjusted. Jamala, if not favourite, was certainly very close to the top of the boards at the time of scratching. So there will be quite important deductions in race number 5. But as for the task at hand, this is the Furious Room now open, maiden plate for fillies and mares over 1450 meters. God knows what time this race is going to run, but as soon as the last runner gets down to the start, they'll be sent on their way. We are going to be playing catch-up likely for the rest of the day. Race 4, number 1, Raising a Storm, races with blinkers on. 2, Memorial Day is in a Cornell collar. Scratch 8, Coffee in Brazil. 14 Primrose Path races in a compression mask. Now the ride of Nathan Clinton scratch number 15 Sparkling Jubilee. I think there are a few in here with chances. I'm going to start off with my first choice, number 3 Karen's Legacy. Marco van Rensburg rides for Corne Spies. Now I worked on course on the 8th of September. I saw her in the parade ring, and my comments were she actually looks like a racehorse, and she showed big improvement to run 4th behind Gimme the Flame, and then last time behind Strange Magic. There was a huge amount of money on number 3 Karen's Legacy. She was back from 7-1 down to 28-10, and she was beaten fair and square by Strange Magic. But she might just have found the right race to get out the maidens this time around, although I don't think it's a weak maiden by any stretch of the imagination. I think there are a few in here that are going to kick on and perhaps win a couple, but number 3 Karen's Legacy just could be teed up now at the Vaal. I think a big striding horse will suit this track a lot better than the Turfentine inside track. As mentioned, there was a lot of talk for her last time out, and she's getting better with each and every start, so she's probably just found the right opening, number 3 Karen's Legacy. There are a few buts though. For example, number 9 Eastern World, who's at quadruple the price of number 3 Karen's Legacy, finished in front of Karen's Legacy. There was only a quarter of a length in it, but Eastern World's just having her second start. Now, she looked well. Now, just know that I'm not being biased. This is straight from the heart. She's drawn well. Stallgate number 2 now as they go around the turn, so that's a big positive. And even though she might just be a run short of actually getting into the winner's enclosure, she should show vast improvement this time around and run a huge race and get involved here. Whether she's quite at her peak to win the race, that remains to be seen, but certainly expecting a lot of improvement this time around. Diego de Gavea takes the ride for the informed Candice Dawson, and do not let her run loose. If she wins, that'll be a bonus. She'll probably be perfectly teed up in the next run or two, but she's doing very nicely at home. She's improved a hell of a lot out of her opening run. She finished in front of number 3 Karen's Legacy, and the point I'm trying to make is that if Karen's Legacy is the price that she is, Eastern World should not be the price that she is, even though there was a quarter of a length in it. Eastern World's got fresher legs, a better draw, and also just the fact that she's going over a better distance might also help her out. So there shouldn't be too much between them. Then number 11, Greenlight Ranger. Now, Corey Lindsay just had a winner. Now, this is a man who's always known what he's doing. A multiple champion trainer of the Northern Cape and fresh of a Group 1 winner at Hollywood Bet Scottsville a few months ago. Number 11, Greenlight Ranger will have a huge chance here, especially after the yard had a winner in the previous race, and also the fact that Greenlight Ranger made her debut down the Vaal Mile Straight, which is very, very difficult. That's a hard place to make an introduction, and she ran with aplomb. She ran less than a length behind her stable companion, a colourful pass, plus she pulled up lame. So excuses, a lot of improvement to come, and I think by default she'll end up being the horse to beat. She's got a tricky draw. She stuck in Stallgate 11 out of 14. That won't be easy, but I expect Muzi Yeni to ride her positively, and I think this well-bred daughter of Gimme the Green Light will be the one that they all need to beat in race 4. So I'm going to tip her to win. Number 11, Greenlight Ranger, over number 9, Eastern World, and number 3, Karen's Legacy. Others who deserve a mention, definitely number 2, Memorial Day. She looked really, really well going down to the start, and she too finished in front of Karen's Legacy when they met behind Gimme the Flame. So you've got to take that into account. She wasn't beaten far by Gimme the Flame. There was about 3 lengths between number 2, Memorial Day, and number 3, Karen's Legacy in that run on the 8th of September. And just on looks, number 2, Memorial Day, looked really, really well on the way down to the start. So she's also another one to consider. 7, Camerata. The draw is a worry. This is from the Ashley Fortune stable. Also the form lines are a worry. She finished 5th on debut behind Aralina. Aralina just snuck in on that occasion. Then last time finished 2nd behind Luna Ballad. So those numbers look good enough to win a race and win a race soon. But she's got a bad draw. And then last time behind Luna Ballad, there's been absolutely nothing out of that form line. 0. Horses that were well beaten have done absolutely nothing. For example, Hatsohi finished 3rd in that race and subsequently ran 5th in, dare I say, a weak work rider's maiden. And then the debut run behind Aralina. Yes, Madam Vicky's come out to win, but there's very little else out of that form, so I'd be very worried about that. Plus the bad draw does no favours. They're loading up for the first leg of jackpot number 1. I think all in all 11. Greenlight Ranger is the one that they all need to beat, but watch for an improved run from number 9, Eastern World.
Thank you very much, Alistair. They all down at the gates. Race number 4 comes up as the first jackpot. So Ultima Ictu goes in. Haley's Promise, the next one to walk up into line. Primrose Path has gone up. Here's Karen's Legacy, just hesitates at that first attempt. So Karen's Legacy still needs to come up. Eastern World goes in. World Heritage goes up. Karen's Legacy now goes into line. Greenlight Ranger goes up with Muzi Yeni. Gracious Rock about to go up. All Around Love. We're not too far from a start. Raising a Storm. Linda's Legacy. And Camerata. So Raising a Storm about to go in. Linda's Legacy about to go in. Camerata goes up. That's the first jackpot. So we're waiting on Linda's Legacy and Raising a Storm. Balance of the field stand quietly for now. So the handlers are going to have to help this horse, Linda's Legacy, into the barrier gates. For now, she's winning the battle. One or two calls in behind for the hood. And this will be the last resort. Linda's Legacy, Raising a Storm. She's not playing ball, unfortunately, down at the start. So stand by for news over here. So the hood's on. Linda's Legacy goes up. Now, I think the starters run out of time, unfortunately, for Linda's Legacy, so it's been scratched. Scratch number 13, Linda's Legacy. Raising a Storm goes in. We're ready. Gates go back from that 1450 and they're on their way. First to land running is Memorial Day, one of the favourites up there. Haley's Promise shows a bit of pace in the early parts of the race. Eastern World is racing with the whites, and Greenlight Ranger is going to take the bull by the horns and range right up onto the favourites' hindquarters over here. So Greenlight Ranger is there in second, just ahead of Eastern World. Then comes Haley's Promise. World Heritage is racing against the panels, about 4 lengths off them. Primrose Path. Then comes Raising a Storm, racing with the green, just bottled away for now, about 5 lengths off the leader. Wilkies is racing in behind that. Then comes Camerata. Ultima Ictu is towards the back of the field. All Around Love and Gracious Rock, they'll have to get past them all. There's easily 14 lengths from top to tail, and it's Memorial Day who found the money, who goes off and spearheads the attack. Eastern World, Greenlight Ranger, Haley's Promise, World Heritage, then comes Raising a Storm, but Memorial Day's been given a bit more rain over here by Pierce Stratham. Eastern World's in second. Greenlight Ranger is under the pump in third. Haley's Promise, and on the inside is Raising a Storm, looking for Camerata, still 5 or 6 lengths off the leader. Memorial Day, Eastern World's a massive runner. Haley's Promise, Greenlight Ranger, Raising a Storm, Ultima Ictu and Karen's Legacy is trying to fight on, but it's Memorial Day. Eastern World on the inside, they're in a bone fight over here. Memorial Day, Eastern World, Memorial Day. I think, don't hold me to it, Eastern World was behind that, and then it's Photos, Raising a Storm and Karen's Legacy. I'll tell you what, if Memorial Day has won over here, it's only because of the brilliance of Pierce Stratham. I think with the naked eye he's done enough over here. Don't hold me to it, because Eastern World's a big threat on the inside. One late lunge, Memorial Day, Eastern World, Memorial Day, Eastern World. Let's have another look at it. Oh, maybe the inside on that. I'll wait for the judge to confirm. maybe the inside. Eastern World from Memorial Day, raising a storm, Karen's Legacy. Just hold on to all tickets. Very, very close. All right, so the judge has gone Eastern World. What a ride, Diego de Gouveia. Never easy to beat Pierre Stradum in this finish. With a naked eye, it looked like Memorial Day had done enough, but Eastern World, one late thrust, the daughter of Ideal World, steps up from 1,200 meters. Well done to Candice, well done to the Ralphs Racing Pty Limited, and of course Diego de Gouveia. Take a bow. You've beaten a legend in the saddle over here in the form of Pierre Stradum, and what a race to watch. Race number 4 from the Vaal.
Well, not many have beaten Pierre Stradum in a short-haired finish. I obviously watched that race with Candice, and as they crossed the line, we said, well, Stradum's too good. He's won at a short-head, but not to be. Number 9, Eastern World, has won. Huge improvement as expected, but whether expected that much improvement to win, well, that was always debatable. But that was an excellent ride from Diego de Gouveia. Britta the Normandy stud, this daughter of Ideal World, she really guts it out. She came from just behind the pace, sat on Memorial Day's back. Memorial Day gave it her absolute all. She ran an absolute ripper, but just fell short in the end. Third, number 1, I think it was, Raising a Storm, and then came in 4th, number 3, Karen's Legacy. But that was the race of the day. Number 9, Eastern World, wins race number 4.
All right, so about to come back to the winner's enclosure is Eastern World, the 3-year-old Bay filly, daughter of Ideal World, out of the Silvano mare Tahini. And Diego de Gouveia, take a bow, because that was a cracking ride. It's never easy to beat Pierre Stradum in a finish, but smart ride over here. Well done to Candice Dawson. Good to have her at the races today. Well done to the Ralphs Racing Pty Limited team. I know that Kath will be watching with Toff. And not forgetting Tammy Aswell, who's a big cog in the wheel. So Eastern World steps up from the 1,200. Being by Ideal World was always going to get better and better. And a very good race to watch. Pierre Stradum and Diego de Gouveia. They go hammer and tong that last 200 meters. And the 9 Eastern World will get there to beat number 2 Memorial Day. All right, so that's race 4. Race 5 kicks off jackpot 2. Short, sharp workout here at the Vaal racetrack. Get those bets on early to avoid disappointment. Stand by for the all clear. at 3 to 1. 1 Shango's gone 6 to 1. 8 to 1, number 2 Imperial Ruby. And the rank outsider, number 3, out of your league at 18 to 1. Let's go down to Alistair Cohen. It is race 5 and it kicks off jackpot 2.
Up next, race number 5, the Play Soccer 6, 10 and 13 Pinnacle Stakes over 2,400 metres. I asked Diego to join me for this race, but he's brassed me. In race 5, number 2 Imperial Ruby races on a compression mask scratch. Number 5 Jamala and number 7 You Can't Hurry Love also races on a compression mask. That late scratching of Jamala, obviously not ideal. He got scratched about half an hour ago. So does that make the race any easier? I mean, it would have been nice to see Jamala and Razor Hallelujah renew their rivalry. They're having a nice little battle over the last couple of months. It did look like Jamala had the slight edge this afternoon, but Razor Hallelujah is a real fighter. Just in terms of well-being, 2 horses looked really, really well. 2 Imperial Ruby looked an absolute picture in the ring, I have to say. Corne Species presented him looking $1 million. And number 1 Shango, although maybe he just carries a little bit of condition. Maybe that's just him, but in terms of well-being, Sean Terry's done a great job with number 1 Shango. And they 2 are the hard hitters in this race, so it's very hard to write anyone off in this particular event. Let me talk about number 6, Razor Hallelujah. There goes Shango down to the start, by the way. That's a 9.5 out of 10, the way that he's gone down. Really, really happy if you like Shango. Let me start with number 6, Razor Hallelujah. He's a real fighter. He's a real scrapper. His rating's 99. The main targets will be the next couple of starts with an eye on potentially the Java handicap. That's still bracketed with 1 or 2 other races, certainly not set in stone. But the long-term plan, or certainly the plan for the rest of 2022, is to get him into the Summer Cup off bottom weight. And obviously with the weights being compressed and bottom weight now being 54, it's not necessarily ideal, but the point is, you know, a win will certainly do a lot of good. He's won 3 in a row. You'd say that his best trip would be 2,400 metres. You'd say that a galloping track would suit him a lot better than the Turpentine inside track. Read nothing into the margin of victory, because you can put him into a 2,400 metre maiden plate and he probably won't give as much away. So he's in a good space. He looked really well going down to the start. If you like him, I cannot put you off. But 2 horses that are exposed at a high level, 2 very, very high performers are in here. They both looked well. 2 Imperial Ruby would probably be my first choice. Go off to the front, might get a soft lead, could play into his hands. And number 1 Shango also looked really well. And I will put with Shango that the next time he runs, really watch out for him, because wherever he runs today, I think he'll improve a lot. Here's Brandon with a call.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Not too many to go forward now. Good race to watch on paper. Razor Hallelujah about to step up. Pace is going to be key over here. They set, they're ready. That's jackpot 2 time, and they sent back from that marathon trip. If anything, You Can't Hurry Love probably could have been a bit better into stride. The first to land running is Light of the Moon. The filly's right up there and goes off to lead them. Racing in second is Out of Your League. Imperial Ruby will try and get over, and Imperial Ruby now goes on by just past the filly Light of the Moon, and that relegates Out of Your League back into third. Shango's racing in fourth, and they're racing towards the centre of the track. Just in behind them is Razor Hallelujah, who's got the blue about 4.5, 5 lengths off the leader. And You Can't Hurry Love is going to have to get past them all. So they're just enjoying it out there. They're not really going a breakneck pace for now, as the Imperial Ruby, the known front runner, goes off to lead them. In second is Out of Your League. Light of the Moon is happy to take a stance in third. Then comes Shango, Razor Hallelujah. And You Can't Hurry Love will still need to get past them all, racing towards the back end of the field. So they go towards the far side of the track, and absolutely nothing's changed over here. It's Imperial Ruby, who's a 1-length leader. In second is Out of Your League. Then comes Light of the Moon as they go back to the rails. Razor Hallelujah's racing in fourth. Then comes Shango, and You Can't Hurry Love will have to quicken up past them, all about 6 lengths off the gallop. So again, nobody's really blinked. They still race in this formation. It's Imperial Ruby, who's a 2-length leader now. You Can't Hurry Love is still at the back end of the field, so it's Out of your league, who's raced up into second. Light of the Moon's in third. Then comes Razor Hallelujah, the Blue Jackets. No serious questions asked there. Shango and Yukon's Hurry Love as they run up towards the 800. Someone needs to blink. Imperial Ruby's been served this on a silver platter past the 800. In second is Out of Your League. Then comes Light of the Moon, who still travels kindly. Razor Hallelujah, Shango, and at the back end is Yukon Hurry Love, who's about 7 lengths off them. So they now step on the accelerator, and Imperial Ruby gets given a bit more rein. We know he stays, and he goes for home. He's got 2 lengths on the field. Light of the Moon's in second. Out of Your League and Razor Hallelujah. He's trying to weave a passage. Shango's 4 lengths off them. Imperial Ruby comes back to the field. Light of the Moon, the filly's running a cracker. Razor Hallelujah, the game old Razor Hallelujah. He's starting to work into the race, and he's coming quickly. Light of the Moon, Razor Hallelujah, there's nothing in it. The filly's all heart out there. Light of the Moon, Razor Hallelujah. Light of the Moon, she's all class. Light of the Moon beats Razor Hallelujah, Imperial Ruby and Shango. So Light to the Moon, filly taking on the boys. She's all class. She moved in, and she really has got a heart of a lion because they came at her. Razor Hallelujah, we know he's game. Just couldn't get to Light to the Moon today, but he's a nice horse, Razor Hallelujah. No excuses, Imperial Ruby. He was served the race on a silver platter. He was just idling out in front, and Shango runs back in fourth. Out to Your League, Yukon Hurry Love as we watch the head-on replay. So Muzi comes bouncing into the lead on Light of the Moon. Well done to Baron Buertus. Well done to Yolandi Foslu. They've done wonders with this filly. She ran second to Rain in Holland. That was a game performance at level weights. Razor Hallelujah's run his socks off in second. Imperial Ruby's run third. And Shango's completed the quartets in fourth.
And then on to number 9, Dancing Dora, the daughter of Pomodoro. This is, like I said, a classified stakes. She's got less weight on her back, so obviously with a filly having less weight on the back, that's got to be a big plus for this daughter of Pomodoro. And she comes out of a good stall gate. I think the two of them are set to fight it out. That run on the 16th of August tells you that number 9, Dancing Dora, should quite comfortably finish in front of Irrevocable Dream. There is a massive, massive swing in the weights between the two. 10 Back to Basics is an interesting runner because he's suddenly come to life. Nathan Klink takes a ride for Brett Weber. Brett Weber didn't give too much away going down to the start at number 10, Back to Basics, the son of Twice Over. One time when from 21 starts, but with that said, last time he went close, showing that a win can't be too far away. It's been 271 days since his last victory. He comes out of a good stallgate as well. Stallgate number 3, that's bound to suit, and I think number 10, Back to Basics, could be a danger. Number 11, After Hours, off bottom weight. Cracking last run behind Iron Tail. That was over 1,400 meters. He should have no issues dropping back to 1,200 meters, as almost 2.25 lengths behind Call Me Master. Granted, getting 6 kilos from Call Me Master, but he's got a lovely chance in the final race on the card. So number 11, After Hours, is also another one not to let run loose. And I think those are probably the 4 horses that you can focus on here. 5 and 9 to 5 vectors and quartets. Number 1, Lulu's Boy, I thought was fairly game in defeat last time on the inside track at Turfentine. He went off to the front. He was beaten by Kalahari Blue. Power Ranger finished second on that occasion. He's the type of horse, when he wins, he'll go on a nice run, will Power Ranger, so that form line might end up ultimately working out quite nicely. I think Lulu's Boy has a quartet chance, but off top weight is not going to be particularly easy, especially coming out of stallgate number 9. He'll end up with the widest draw, and he's got one way of running, and that's to hammer off to the front. Might just find him wanting over the closing stages. And number 2, Montmorency, first run for Billy Raters. Obviously been off for 243 days, so he'll possibly need the run. I also think that he'll need further. He won his maiden over 1,500 meters, beating Sea of Galilee. That was in a particularly weak maiden. Penultimate start behind With Pleasure. That was a bit of a better maiden at the start of the year. There were horses like Tabby Bua after that form line, who hasn't done too badly since. But he looks a little bit on the unfit side to number 2, Montmorency, so I think he'll improve with this run under the belt. And then number 6, Forgotten Time, went to Hollywood Bet Scots. We actually spent the winter down in Durban. That's a nice laugh. And got up the maidens last time on Hollywood Bet Scots for beating Corsican, who subsequently followed up and ran a fair race just the other day down in KZN. But that form will now be put to the test. Some of his Durban form is nice. The run to Ketchakel especially, but maybe nice to see a little bit more. Maybe with the confidence up, he can find something. Number 6, Forgotten Time, and Paul Matchett, by the way, is here. So that's race number 6 on the card. I think it lies between numbers 5 and 9. I haven't mentioned number 8, My Master, who gets blinkers put on. They will need to help him, because his recent form leaves a lot to be desired. His earlier form would actually give him a chance, but he's just completely lost the plot of late as number 8, My Master, and it's hard to have him. So that's pretty much it. Runners are down at the start. They should be called to load shortly for race number 6. This is the last chance to play a pick 3 here at the Vaal. This race was due to run at 3:25. It's now due to run at 4 o'clock. Right, just heard of a late scratching, race 6. Race 6, scratch number 2, Montmorency, with an Epistaxis on the way down to the start. You don't hear that too often. Epistaxis after the races is not uncommon, but race 6, number 2, Montmorency, has been scratched because it bled on the way down to the start. So just take note of that. That's a pity for Billy Raters, but I can only imagine how honoured he must have been to get the call from Mary Slack, or a member of her team, saying, we've got a horse for you to train. I mean, obviously knowing with Candice, when she gets a call from a member of the family saying, right, you've got a horse to train, that's one of the most humbling things you can get. But that's sad for Billy, but hopefully Montmorency will be back to fight another day. Maybe he's just bumped himself on the way down to the start. It's not an Epistaxis, and he doesn't have to serve a suspension. I'm sure there'll be more to come out of the washing as time goes on, but that is very sad for Billy, because in all honesty, Billy's only had his license for about a year, Miss Daisy being the leading light in his yard, but his horses all look well. They often run very, very well. He's had a good tutelage under Chris Erasmus. Many said that even though he might be Chris's sidekick, he's got a lot more to offer than just being the 2RC. So pity for Billy here, but he'll obviously hit the hearts that he's due to hit. Fate, I think, is certainly on his side. So that's it for race number 6. The field down to 8 runners, and on that note, they're loading.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alistair. Unfortunately, a late scratching down at the gates. Number 2, Montmorency, Epistaxis. On vet's advice, that's been taken out, so yeah. You'll notice on the channel 240 monitors that the favoured swinger and the favoured exactor now gets displayed in a block. You can't miss it, just to keep the punters right up to speed with the payouts. So well done to Gary and Dom behind the scenes for incorporating that into the system. So you get the favoured exactor and the favoured swinger up to the second. Dancing Dora goes up. We're just about ready. Gates go back and they are off and racing. Not a bad start for them. Run for Isla was one of the first to respond. There is pressure though. Dancing Dora around runners looking for a prominent position. Lulu's Boy also likes to go off and run up in front, and he's right up there with Dancing Dora. Then comes After Hours racing in the white and green. Further back is Run for Isla, who's just snatched back and allowed the front pair to dictate over here. Just in behind them is Back to Basics. Then comes Irrevocable Dream, and a long way back to My Master, who's racing about 5 or 6 lengths off the leader. So an honest gallop up the long Vaal straight. It's Dancing Dora, 2-length leader. Run for Isla's in second. Lulu's Boy's been racing exposed up there in second, now maybe third. Then comes After Hours, the white and green, Back to Basics, and further back to Irrevocable Dream, who needs to get up past them all, 5 lengths off the leader. Dancing Dora hasn't seen another rival past the 300. Lulu's Boy's in second. Then comes Run for Isla, Back to Basics. Down the centre of the track is After Hours, but Dancing Dora is growing great guns out. Jaguar 3 lanes clear. Run for Isla, and out the pack is Back to Basics. Back to Basics is lashing home. Wow, that's close. Back to Basics or Dancing Dora. Run for Isla, After Hours, Irrevocable Dream, and Lulu's Boy. All right, for all the money in the world, Dancing Dora looked home and hose past the 100-metre marker. That one for Brian and Taryn Spong. But Back to Basics is really low flying. Let's have a look at it. The 9. The judge goes inside. Dancing Dora, I believe, has won it. Beating number 10, Back to Basics. 5, Run for Isla. And After Hours behind them. So the judge is going with Dancing Dora on the inside. And you have to say that was a cracking ride by Calvin Habib. He went straight off to the front. 400 from home, gave them a bit more rain. And she quickens up, even though looking for the line the last 25 meters, because Back to Basics is taking off. Philly against the boys over here is going to pull out plenty. Well done to Brian and Taryn Spong. I know they'll be watching. Well done to Fani Bronkhorst and Dr. Malandi Talyat. They're all good mates, and this will put a smile on all their faces. Again, lovely footage coming through. Slow motion replay. You'll see Back to Basics flying towards the outside, but the judge has gone the way of number 9, Dancing Dora.
So even if he doesn't get a soft lead. And number 3, Great Times, is a player. And then number 4, Admiralty Arch. What about him over 1,200 meters? Baron Buertas was fairly confident about number 4, Admiralty Arch, but the disclaimer that he applied was 1,200 meters. He was all over. Of course, is a brother to Monk's Hood, and well, maybe he's just found the right spot. Now, since getting to Baron Buertas, took him a bit of time, I'd say, for Baron to work him and also for his rating to drop. But all of those runs suggested, there goes Texas Red on the way down to the start, by the way. He's the second horse also with a lead pony. Slight sweat developing. It's cooled down over the last couple of hours. It's still not pleasant, the weather at the moment, but that sweat's developing on the neck. Behaviour's fine, but the sweat's now a worry on number 1 Texas Red. It's not the worst sweat I've ever seen, but it's a sweat all the same, and it might be worse by the time he gets down to the start. Right, so number 4 Admiralty Arch came out from Cape Town for 78, ran cracking races, ran to Call Me Master, ran to Irfan's Boy, which was patently over the wrong distance. Penultimate start also over the wrong distance, and that was probably what gave everybody the confidence to have a go on him last time out. But will 1,200 metres suit him? He's got Pierre Stradham on board. Pierre almost pulled off a worldie earlier on Memorial Day. Will he be able to do the same? Now, he's been riding a lot for Bar and Buertas lately, and the ride on Baysier the other day was as striker-esque as striker gets. There's just... It would not blow me down if Admiralty Arch won this race, but it would also not blow me down if he went missing. That is sadly where I lie on number 4 Admiralty Arch. So sadly I'm of no use. He went down to the start very nicely. He's a big player, but 1,200 metres, got to be a bit of a question mark about this guy. 2 Jetcat I think is better down the straight, so I'd like to wait for him when they do get down the straight here at the Vaal, so I'd pass him by today. 5 Feather the Nest for Monty Racing. Now this is also one of the better weighted horses in the race, mainly because she is a girl taking on boys, but her last couple have shown there's a bit of a spark. She stayed on very strongly last time behind Mythical Dream. Mythical Dream had the weight on her side. She had no draw on her side in Mythical Dream. So I think ultimately the form line might work out to be just okay. Perhaps not really shining, but perhaps not really a dead form line either. So 5 Feather the Nest might have found the right type of race for her to be competitive. Over the page, Fonny Broncos thought both horses would have small each way chances. This horse number 10, the Cambo, interests me. Not today, but I'm going to wait for a little bit of rain with the Cambo, and I'll probably be in Dubai by the time it rains. But when it rains, the Cambo is going to go off at any old price, and he's going to pop up one of these days. Don't really want his rating to drop anymore, because he'll be under sufferance when he finds the right race. So you're kind of hoping that he runs just a couple of lengths off them and improves on that last run. But he's a horse I'm going to watch very closely when the rains come, number 10, the Cambo. I don't think he's the soundest. I'm going out on a limb here. I think that probably shows with a year break between his penultimate and this run. So that's my reasoning for the wet. But he was a horse that I watched quite closely when he came up to Joburg. And not surprised that he hasn't won yet, because he's been sparingly raced. But he's a horse that's just in the back of my mind that a win's not far away. But not today. I don't have a sense on him today. And from a purely selfish point of view, I hope that he just runs nicely without winning. Although if he did win for Connie Stradham, Farney, Broncos and Malandi Talyard, I certainly would not be disappointed. Number 12, Meet the Captain. If she was drawn better, she's drawn 10 out of 11. That's not going to be easy for her. She was a horse that I actually gave a lot of time to in this race, and she went down very nicely to the start. JP van der Merwe takes the ride, but she's going to be slotted in and ridden for some luck. And number 11, Bridge of Spies, also has a bad draw, and I'll be surprised to see him getting in here. 9, Big City Girl now gets the services of Jared Penny, and she's been off form of late, so it's hard to recommend her. So a lot of if, buts, and maybes here. I think the most reliable horse to go with, or horses to go with, are 3 Great Times and 6 Silvery Blue. Calvin Habib was optimistic that number 3 Great Times would run a good race. The Corvette Captain form, of course, was done a little bit of justice just a moment ago when Back to Basics ran a flying second in the split, or in the first division of the split classified stakes. So number 10, Back to Basics, doing Great Times a big favour. On that run, I'd say that he's probably the most reliable one in this race. So 3 and 6, but absolutely no shock if the temperamental but well-behaved today Texas Red does something, and over what could be the wrong distance, the enigmatic yet when I say promising, I'll put that in inverted commas, certainly at this level, number 4 Admiralty Arch can get a blow. And I think the race revolves around those 4, Brandon, to call the action.
Thank you very much, Alistair. They're loading up over here for the penultimate race today. Texas Red. He's been quite good behind the gates. Been watching him closely. Jet Cats, about to go into line. Meet the Captain comes up. So Meet the Captain goes up. We're still waiting on Silvery Blue, the Cambo, and Bridge of Spies. Again, I think there's going to be a mad scramble for the lead over here. Texas Red goes in. Silvery Blue about to step up into line. And we're ready to go from the 1200. Gates go back. They are off and racing. Again, not a bad start for them. Great times, one of the first to respond. Texas Red is around that one in second. Silvery Blue. Then comes Big City Girl, raced up about 4 lengths off the leader. Coco Yill. Jet Cat has been caught further out deeper. Then comes Feather the Nest, racing 5 off them. Admiralty Arch in the 2 shades of blue has found itself in a good position. Only about 5.5 lengths off the leader. Meet the Captain towards the back. Bridge of Spies. And out back is the Cambo. So I would say there's already 10 lengths in it up towards the 600. And there's no looking back for Great Times. Texas Red is in second. We go 5 lengths away to Jet Cat. Then comes Silvery Blue. Admiralty Arch is trying to weave a passage for the Blonde Bomber. Feather the Nest, Coco Yill, Big City Girl, Meet the Captain. But Great Times is the horse they need to fetch. Texas Red has come gliding up alongside. Admiralty Arch is in third. Silvery Blue, Jet Cat, but Texas Red off top weight. He goes for home. Great Times in second. Admiralty Arch is still 3 lengths off them as Texas Red. He's got a 2-length advantage. Admiralty Arch is flying. Admiralty Arch very close. Maybe Texas Red on the inside. Admiralty Arch, one more jump would have won it. Great Times, Silvery Blue and Big City Girl. Oh, they've been keeping us on our toes today. All the momentum is Admiralty Arch, but I think Texas Red, even though he tries to hang towards the inside, he's going to do enough. Short head, but diminishing margin. Texas Red puts the head down. So number 1, Texas Red, off top weight of 60 kilos, is going to beat Admiralty Arch, Silvery Blue, Great Times, Big City Girl and Coco Yill. Another smashing finish. We know this angle can be deceiving sometimes. Pierce Stratum, you never know what he's got in the locker. Texas Red, he hangs towards the inside. He had a beautiful run in the race. I mean, he was sitting second behind Great Times, and he's always had a horse that had potential, but you would have heard from Alistair. He's temperamental, and I think it's only the distance that's beaten Admiralty Arch today. Silvery Blue behind them, Great Times, and another cracker here at the Vaal racetrack.
Gallic Tribe can beat Jarmala by 5 lengths. And Jarmala is now rated 101. Gallic Tribe arriving here with an 86. And you hate to talk ratings retrospectively. It's a horrible thing to do. But that's going to be my motivation for saying if number 7 Gallic Tribe doesn't win today, he's a horse that I'm going to follow here on the half vault and might end up doing something. There he goes down to the start. He went down with a lead pony. Now, as Brandon noticed on the way down to the start, and as you'd noticed just looking at him, he's a nice, big, imposing horse with a lot of scope, a nice big engine. He obviously didn't give too much away. The lead horse is there for a reason, but he looked really, really well. And I think these galloping tracks here in the half-house will probably suit him. But when you look at the reasons for his last two runs, not that they were bad, he returned distressed. In the heat that we got today, that is not a good sign. So if he runs a flat race, I'd put it probably down to some post-race distress, because it is warm, and that was a worry for many trainers getting here today. Got a run. I think when you get to 40 degrees, they call it off. It got to about 36, 37 today. Right now, I'd say it's low 30s and humid and still uncomfortable. 7 Gallic Tribe, big runner. Let's hope he doesn't pull up distressed. But win, lose or draw today, he's a horse that I think you can follow here in the half-field to at least win a couple of races in the not-so-distant future. 11, Call Me Master. If this race was down the straight, would probably be my first choice. Not that he can't go around the turn. He's in good form at the moment, but he's got a horrible draw to overcome. Yards flying, jockeys flying, owners are flying. Let's see how number 11 goes from the bad draw. He'll be taking his medicine anyway, that's how he runs, so the pace is on, he'll have a better opportunity. 6, Duke of Sussex. For me, I think I've spoken about the 3 likely winners here. 7, Gallic Tribe. 11, Call Me Master. And looking for a roughie in this particular event, it'll probably have to be number 13, Golden Aspen, because she's the best weighted horse in the race. Brandon Bailey has been upstairs. I hope the aircon's been working up there. It does have a mind of its own, but if it's worked today, Brandon actually hasn't had a bad day at all.
Thank you very much, Ali. Answer to that is a big no. It's been very, very warm out here, but we've got through it, and well done to the operator. Obviously, the stop-start and the load shedding and everything else that goes with it, we got through the meeting. And good to be on the classic track. Some good finishes today, and I think the exotics are paying all right, because I don't think it's been smooth sailing for favourite backers out there. The next Vaal meeting will be on Thursday, same track. That'll be the 6th of October. This is a middle stakes over 1450 as they start the loading process. Golden Aspen goes up. Shareholder goes in. Duke of Sussex still needs to come up. Captain Hindsight. 2 horses in orange. Wakast is about to move up into line. Just waiting on Captain Hindsight. Duke of Sussex still hasn't been loaded yet. So Captain Hindsight goes in. Duke of Sussex goes in. Wakast, and Let's Do It. Let's Do It goes in. We're ready to rock and roll for the lucky last year at the Vaal. Wait on the flag. Gates go back. They off and racing. We'll have to give them a chance to settle down. Duke of Sussex, one of the first to respond. Let's Do It, a known front runner, right up there with Gallic Tribe. They're both front runners, and there's a bit of pace on. Wakast is also known to get to the front, and there's a speed duel going up in front now as Duke of Sussex now just relaxes about 3 lengths off them, the orange jacket. Nordic Rebel at the ripe old age of 9 is just in behind the pace. Then comes Wolf's World racing 4 lengths off them. Pinch Hit is racing further out deeper. Then comes Little Prince racing 5 or 6 off the leader. Shareholders behind that. Captain Hindsight, and dropping further back in the field is Mo Jive. Pink Sleeves and Pink Cap. Then comes Bloomington, Call Me Master, and out back is Golden Aspen, the filly, about 12 lengths off the leader. 600 to go, and Let's Do It. He got to the front. He says, catch me if you can. Gallic Tribe, Wakast, Nordic Rebel. Then comes Duke of Sussex, bottled up, ready to pounce. He's 4 lengths off them. Wolf's World, Captain Hindsight as the race develops. And Gallic Tribe, the ribbons have been cut. He's gone for home, and he shot 2 lengths clear. Duke of Sussex is the danger now, starting to run home smartly. Let's Do It, Nordic Rebel, but Gallic Tribe, he's in a galloping mood, and he won't be caught today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is race over. 4-5 lengths geared down to victory. Duke of Sussex runs second, Call Me Master in third, and Nordic Rebel is run fourth. Oh, this was poetry in motion. He's a lovely big horse. He's toyed with the opposition today. Came gliding into the lead for Kabelo Matsanyane. And one has to think there's lots more to come. Wow, he's won convincingly. Gallic Tribe, don't be worried by the margin. He was hardly pressed. Duke of Sussex, an honest run in second, 4 lengths away to Call Me Master, and Nordic Rebel was in behind that. Continues to earn at 9 years old. Look at Gallic Tribe. He was just waiting. He was just waiting to pounce. Cabello says, all right, give him 1 or 2 flicks just to see what he can do. And my word, this was impressive today. A very nice win from Gallic Tribe. Well done to Brett Crawford. He'll be watching in the Western Cape. Well done to James. Well done to Cabello. And the owners involved, Messrs. M.F. Bass, J.M. Dalmunt, G.S. Knowles, B. Lemos, Andrew Lowe, Maingard, G.F. Famo, Weon Smith, Brackett and McGregor. A whole book of owners involved, but they'll be very happy with what they've seen today. This was a beautiful performance to wrap up racing. All right, that's it from the commentary box. It's been a great pleasure being back. Thanks to Alistair Cohen, who's been downstairs. I know it's been very warm, but he's done a wonderful job as always. We'll hand you back to the various studios. We'll chat again on Thursday. Bye-bye for now.